Good evening and welcome to spooky season. I have some
Good evening.
I have several streams planned for spooky season this year. Two Lego streams, including tonight, and then I have one other thing planned, and then maybe we'll find a spooky game to play one night. And I kind of want to do kind of a spooky songs karaoke session if I can get to it. Um, Maybe we'll do one of our Suno 10 song Suno programs. We have options open for Halloween season. It's still early. Um, but for tonight, I thought we would get spooky season started. It's a Wednesday evening, so I thought, what better way to celebrate a spooky Wednesday than to bring in the character of Wednesday Addams from the Addams family. Addams family is it's about a creepy kind of eccentric family, and they've gotten around. They've had a comic strip, a sitcom, a couple of movies, a Broadway show, and then most recently the spin-off show on Netflix, Wednesday. I've never seen it, so I couldn't tell you what all the little references are in these two Lego sets we're about to build. But let's go ahead and get over the camera. So here I have two of the sets that Lego put out for Wednesday. There were 5 sets total. The other 3 sets I think are location based. There was Morticia's house, Things suitcase, and the dorm room at Nevermore Academy. But these are the 2 sets that aren't location based. You have the Wednesday statue and the Black Dahlia Flowerpot, which, like the Disney flower pots before it, the flower pot base opens up to reveal an interior. Based on this picture on the back, it looks like some kind of gardening classroom. Like I said, I haven't seen the show, so I couldn't tell you what the exactly location it is because I don't know the show. I just know the character. So we're gonna start. I was gonna start with the flower and then do the statue, but I learned from looking in the instructions that the brick separator comes in the statue, but not the flower. So we'll do the big Wednesday first, and then we'll do the flower pot afterwards. Let's since I'm not as familiar with this character, we don't have too much talking to do. So let's go ahead and get ready to get started. And you can see here from the inset picture here that Wednesday has 2 possible outfits. She has her school uniform and fancy dress for the dance. I think we're going to go with the dress, but obviously we're going to build all the components. So here's the front of the box, and the back of the box shows you the 2 builds here. So it looks like, because the outfits are so completely different, there's almost an entire body swap. Obviously you have to change out. Looks like only like the headpiece stays the same, and like everything else looks like it swaps out. Let me see, I didn't really look at the back of the box. Looks like the shoes might be the same. Other than that, it looks like everything swaps out when you change outfits. And yeah, the bottom here, this picture shows how the base contains some drawers that pull out so you can store the outfit parts you're not using. That's a convenient feature. I like that. So let's see. So yeah, it looks like all the outfit bits line up in the 2 drawers. Alright, so there's the back of the box for one more moment, and the front of the box for one more moment while I push the tabs in and get this open. But you get the front of the box sideways because it is spooky season. So let's get started with Wednesday. Wednesday's such an interesting character. My brother thinks the character of Liv from Beetlejuice was inspired by Wednesday. Liv is another interesting character of a similar type. So, box is open. Let's see what we've got going on here. Box 3, bag 3, bag 4, bag 5, bag 2, bag 6, and then bag 1. And then there's a bag 7. So this goes up to bag 7. And I will stick this in the back here and grab the bags as they're called for. Here's the instructions. Another thick one this time. Big, thick instruction book. And a small sticker sheet. There's only 8 stickers on here. This isn't going to be too big a deal for us to get through. And we will bring up the instructions. Hold on. Let's see if the audio, let's make sure I turned on the audio. Yep, alright, our audio is working, so let's get the instructions up and let us begin. Wait, am I off center? Is my camera off center? No, alright, it was another frame that's not in use right now. My mouse has been funky recently. And I may have knocked things around while I may have knocked some of my unused frames around while setting up the camera earlier. That's what that was about. So, actually, I've got a little room to spread out. Let me give myself a little more room tonight. It's not a big set, so I've got my standard 1 table set up. It'll be fine for tonight. And since I only have the 1 table set up, I have a little more room to spread out and get comfortable. Looks like we have it looks like the separator is the less common turquoise version tonight. That'll be cool. Even though orange is more of a Halloween color. But you get orange in like every set, and turquoise is more rare. So here we are. That's cool that I like variety. Let's open bag 1 and get started. Now this set does not contain any minifigures. It just has the big Wednesday statue. The other set, the Flowerpot, that has a mini doll version of Wednesday and one of the other characters from the show, who I don't know. But let's get these little bags open and get started with the build here. Now, there is a loose mini doll hand in this set that represents Thing, the disembodied living hand from the Addams family. It looks like he's right in this first bag. So, but since he's just a hand, I'm not going to treat him like a regular minifigure or mini doll and put him in the front of the table to watch the build. He'll just go into the build as he is intended to do. So obviously we're going to build all the parts of both outfits, so you'll get to see you'll get to see both of the outfits. It's just that when we're done, and we're going to build the outfits in the order they show up in the instruction book because it's easier to do it that way. It's just when we're done, we're going to set her into the fancy dress for the actual display. I don't anticipate there being a lot of Technic in this one. There's not a lot of moving parts. This is done in the same style as the Witches from Wicked that we did a few months back. If you want to see that stream, it's in the history on my... You can go to the YouTube to see the history of all of the streams I've done on this channel. Are those black or gray? those are the black ones. Okay. Some of the pieces are a bit more difficult to pick up today than they usually are because I literally just trimmed my nails earlier this afternoon. They were getting to claw length, so they had to go. Sorry, was I off camera? I'm not sure if I was or not. Things are looking good for my wish list acquisitions. We'll be doing a 3-part expansion to my Jurassic collection. Well, it's 5 sets, but we'll be doing it over 3 streams. And then we will, that should be coming up. Well, we might even start that this month, I'm not sure. We'll see how things go. And then we also have Animal Crossing. Between this month and next month, we will be doing all the Animal Crossing sets and the Jurassic expansion and some other things I have in the queue as well. I have something really special planned for tomorrow, though. I mean, every Lego stream is special. I have so many good Legos on my channel history if you go to my YouTube and look at the playlists. So this looks like a typewriter. Interesting. We'll try and figure out what all the little objects and builds are as they start to come together. Oh, almost forgot. Brick separator. Let's set that to the side with a sticker sheet like we always do. So yeah, this is definitely supposed to represent a typewriter. And we even have a first sticker. I don't know what the reference is. It says WA on it. But the name of Wednesday's school... Oh! WA would be Wednesday Addams. That's her initials. But there is no text. It's that straight line non-text that they often use in pictures. Oh, and this is where we get the Thing minifigure. He's actually on the typewriter. Can we place him? Yeah, there we go. So here is Thing using the typewriter. And the letter just says WA for Wednesday Addams on top. We'll set that aside so we can start up the next build here. And already we're going to have our second sticker as soon as I can find the piece. So this is the number 5 sticker. So let me build up the section before I try and guess what it is, but that's what the sticker looks like. It looks like we're setting up a crystal ball for this one. Perfectly themed for spooky season, I would say. I'm not sure what the crystal ball is in the context of the show. Like I said, I haven't seen the show. Okay, so here's the crystal ball. That's a cool sparkly opalescent blue thing they have going on there for it. The camera's not picking up how it sparkles. Sorry about that, but crystal ball, we'll set that with a typewriter. And now it looks like we're going to begin working on the main base. We have a 2x build, but it looks like it's only one page, so you know how we do these things. My Lego storage system is up to, well, the 2 Mario bins, and then besides the 2 Mario bins, the rest of my Lego collection is up to 15 boxes, going to be 16 by the time I get through my current queue. My collection's really getting up there now. It's epic. I wish I had more display space. So it looks like the grooves need to be positioned towards the inside. That must be part of how the drawers get set up. Alright, where's the other little piece there? Oh, I'm looking for the wrong color. That's why I'm not finding it. Now that I'm looking for the correct color, there it is. And our first little bit of decorative bits, we don't even have the full structure up yet. Interesting. I do like the spooky design of the base for the set. It fits the character and the family perfectly. Alright, that one goes there. And this one goes here. I'm not sure structurally what we're doing right now. Looks like we're setting up the parts of the drawer setup. These go here. And these go here. Those are definitely internal bits because those colors don't come out at all on the finished look. We're getting to some sand blue. That's not a color you see every day. So It looks like what's going on right now is the structure for the base and where the drawers are going to go. And then we're going to build up the scenery on top of this all in the coming bags. All right, that's together. And now we get some little decorative bits on the... I'm not sure yet if this is the front or the back. Although given that this side has the decorative bits and the other side is just plain, I would assume that this is the front. So that we just put two of those little decorative bits on. That's what that looks like. And then I just got to finish up these other bits on the step. Oh yeah, so this will be the front. I'm going to show that to you again because we just got these other bits that we just put on the front with it. That's what that looks like with all those bits on. Now we have some corner bits. This particular slope is kind of rare. I've only ever seen these in a couple sets with Asian architecture. There were a couple in the pagoda of the Japanese garden and also the Chinese house that we did when we did the GWP International Houses. The Chinese house had a couple of these corner slopes like this with the upturn, these pieces. I've never seen them outside of Asian architecture. So to see them in Wednesday is a little refreshing because I've never seen the... Alright, let's keep going. We're almost done with bag one. It looks like this is the end of bag 1 here. So we've basically built the base of the base of the structure where the drawers are going to go. This is what it looks like so far. So the scenery is going to be built up on top of here, and Wednesday is going to stand on this platform when it's done. Let's keep going. Okay, so now we're putting some plates onto the structure. So this is going to be the ground level for the actual scenery. All right. Okay, let's make sure all our plates are in all the way. Otherwise, this won't be structurally stable. That's not the correct piece. This would be the correct piece. So yeah, we're starting to work on some of these detail bits here. And then there's the piece, and that goes right here. I don't recognize anything that's happening yet. Let me check the picture. Yeah, we're still building up some structural bits for the backdrop here. Alright, these go here. And then this tile goes here. Okay, these go here. Looks like we're starting to build up some detail bits. We still haven't gotten to Wednesday herself. I guess we gotta finish building up the structure first. So this little rounded area we're building in the middle, I'm guess it's pretty obvious that this is where Wednesday is going to stand once we put her together, because this is the centermost part of the base here. Plus the whole section is getting tiled off here with two jumpers studs to hold the feet. pieces go into here. These buildable figure sets are so I really like these. I hope Lego decides to make more someday. The Disney princesses would look really good in this style. Probably some of the other characters as well. Is that lined up correctly? Is there? Yeah, it looks like that gap is supposed to be there. Okay. So yeah, it looks like now we're building up some shaping for the backdrop here. Okay, I gotta show you this piece. The camera's probably not gonna focus, but here's a gray skull that they have in the backdrop there. Camera, will you focus for once? No, it doesn't look like it, but you can kind of see the skull print going on there. Our first little obvious bit of spooky season in a Lego build for this year at least. We did the Mario haunted house last year. This one goes here. And now we build 3 candlesticks. Here's what the little candles look like. We get 3 of these. It looks like one goes on top of the skull. Interesting placement. And it looks like we got a smaller melted candle. Over here. Oh, that's cool. They have these leaf pieces, but these are in the trans black. So they have a translucent dark look. Not a typical look for a flower, but totally fitting with the flowers that Wednesday has. And this one even gets a flower top blossom piece. Camera is not going to focus on that. But that's our first hit of Wednesday's Black Dahlia flower. We'll be building a large scale one of those after we finish the set later tonight. And here's a whole flower setup with stem here. Let's just try and position them correctly. Oh wait, the flowers come in two different colors I didn't even notice. So these were supposed to be the gray ones, not the trans ones. And then this step was supposed to be, shoot. Yeah, those are the gray ones. The gray and the trans black look so similar in the instructions. Uh, okay, this one looks like gray over trans, and then another flower. And how is this one connecting? Like this. Wow, so that's a multi-layered flower. We get one more little flower top here. Wow, so yeah, that flower arrangement in the corner is fragile, but there's the flower arrangement in the corner. You can't really tell because it's so darkly colored, but there's all the flowers. Before we start bag 3, I think I hear my phone buzzing. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything important. Yeah. Give me one moment. Okay, we're caught up. Nothing new on my phone. Let's go into bag 3. And bag 3 is going to start with a 2 times assembly. So this is our base so far. You can see the flowers, the candles, the skull. We're going to set this aside until the instructions call for it again, so that we can focus on the bag 3 sub-assembly. And this is a 2X. You know how we do 2Xs on this channel. We build them one page at a time, but every copy before turning the page. I would assume, based on their shape and the inset picture, that these are the actual drawers that are going to slide under the base. Okay, these go here. And then this goes here. Then we'll do the same for this one, and we'll just keep going back and forth between the 2 copies of the assembly, as we usually do. Don't know why everything's deciding to splinter on me. Well, we haven't really secured it up yet, so that's why. We're just coming up on the approximately 1 hour mark of stream. And I have things going on every day between Friday and Sunday, so I won't be able to do my regular weekend stream this week. So instead, there's going to be an extra weekday stream tomorrow. There will be more Lego tomorrow, but it's a surprise. It's not going to be my other Halloween stream, but it's going to be a really fun and exciting one. So these are almost certainly the drawer pieces that go under the base. And we'll store the unused outfit pieces at the end of the build. Stupid pop-up. Alright, these drawers aren't going to break apart anymore. They are now structurally secure. Two X on a 2X means 4X. So let me, I'll build 4 of those and then I'll attach them. Okay, these go on like this. And here's an assembly to the assembly. So this last page is going to be its own thing, and then it gets attached to the assemblies, which get attached to the main model. Oh, and these little panels get capped with another one of those flower pieces. Now I got to do one more of those. Let's put on the flower, and then these go on the front of the drawer like this. So this is what the drawer unit looks like. Let me just attach this last side panel to this one. And these slide into the base. So that's what the base looks like with the drawers inside. And now we're building one more little thing here. It looks like a okay, so we're building this little it comes with this Nevermore Academy logo, and this goes into the hole on the front of the base like this. And it's not going in. Now it's sliding in. Okay, so that's like a lock for the drawers. Yeah, I can't pull a drawer off and I just broke things. So let me put that back together. I gotta be careful how I handle this thing. There's lots of loose bits. Okay, so you pull out the Nevermore logo, and then you can pull the drawers open. The Nevermore, this lever with the Nevermore, the stick with the logo there, this is actually a locking mechanism for the drawers. Pretty clever. Let's stick this back in there now, because we won't need the drawers till the end. Okay, now I have all these loose gray tiles that I probably missed a step somewhere. I did miss a step somewhere. It's just a surface detail. I can patch this together really quick. And with the drawers locked, I don't have to worry about breaking them or anything. So let me just get these little tiles into here. And now I have to do the other side real quick, and then we'll be on our way with bag 4. Okay, the drawers are in place and locked and completed. So it looks like bag 4 is going to be more of the background. I think when we finish the backdrop, whether that's this bag or the next one, before we go into Wednesday herself, we're going to take our first break. Because I will need to stretch soon, but I'm, I just dumped a parts pile, so obviously we're not breaking now. Nope. This is the piece I want. Interesting. So now we have to do another one of those. So it looks like we're building up the main section of the backdrop now. We've got the floor mounted scenery, now we're doing the back scenery. So in this bag, we've got a bunch of standard colored leaves. Well, not really standard colored. These are the dim gray, not the dim green ones. kind of the olive green. So not quite bright or vibrant looking like some of the other greens. But it fits. It fits the setting. Okay, these go here. Oh, there's a scorpion piece in this bag. We'll see what it's meant to represent soon. Oh, it's not going to come out on camera, but there's a little black bird piece. Let's see, it's contrasting against my skin. You can see it a little bit. Little black bird on top of that column. The Nevermore Raven, maybe? Like I said, I don't know anything about this particular show. Although building the set is kind of making me want to watch the show now. And so many of the other Addams spin-offs too. The movies, the sitcom. I did see the stage version last year. We got to build another column now. Okay, that one there, this one here. these go into here. And another one of those black ravens. Okay, these are supposed to rest open against those like that. Let me just see the picture. Yeah, it's coming along. The backdrop's coming along. We have two of these lamps that we have to hang on the columns. This is what the lamp looks like. There's a little trans yellow round brick inside the lantern casing. And these just... I know that the construction is turned away from the camera right now. That's because I need to be able to see what I'm doing. But before we, once we finish this section, I'll turn it back to the camera because we're making some really good decoration and detail here. Okay, so this is one of those slightly flexible pieces. Let's put these clips on so that we can attach it up here. Alright, I need to focus on this assembly. It looks like this has a lot of little detail going on that needs to be done precisely. Yeah, this little assembly is definitely going into bizarre build techniques. It'd be interesting to see what exactly this is all going to amount to when we finish building it up. Okay, so we're building up some kind of gate design here. Using a trick of perspective to make it look like everything lines up because there's only one attachment point. There we go. Okay, so this looks like it's meant to be the top of a gate. I'll show you, I'll turn it around and show you when I finish putting the gate, the section together. Probably when I finish the bag, I'll turn this around. But you can see it's taking on the shape of a gate now. And we get our next sticker. And this sticker is the Nevermore Academy logo, which hangs over the backdrop. The sticker is being uncooperative. There we go. Finally got it straight. There's the Nevermore Academy sticker. This is going to hang over the gate. And it's having us do an assembly, so I'll turn this around so I can look at the gate. I do like the crooked look of the columns. It goes well with the spooky atmosphere. Alright, now I gotta see what I'm doing again. And I have here the CMF base plate and gray being used as part of this build. another one of the flowers. And we get a sticker. This one's a tiny sticker. It just says Nero on it. And then a little, this is where our scorpion comes in. So it's a stone scorpion on a gravestone that says Nero. So was Nero Wednesday's pet scorpion? Maybe. It's got one of those little Black Dahlia flowers attached to it. So maybe this is her pet scorpion? Like I said, I don't know the show. I'm going to Google that real fast, I think. When I turn off the instructions to go on break, before I disappear, I'll Google and see who Nero is. But it looks like it's a pet scorpion. And then it has us put... So yeah, this is going to be the end of the base plate here. We have finished the scenery. And the next bag is going to start Wednesday herself. So let's go ahead and take a break since the build's about to switch focus. We're building everything, so we're just going to go sequentially. So it looks like we opened 5 and 6 together, and then bag 7 will go. So we'll build Wednesday in her school uniform, and then when we finish that, we'll switch her over to the fancy dress. But we're building everything. There's a QR code on the sticker sheet. I want to check that out real fast, and I also want to Google real quick and see who Nero is. So first I'm checking out this QR code on the sticker sheet. Okay, it doesn't do anything. It just gives me a link to the App Store. That's odd. So, if this QR code did anything, it probably doesn't anymore. This set came out a year ago, so it's possible whatever it linked to is no longer accessible. But before I get up, I do want to... I'm going to leave the instructions on screen right now because there's no characters to look at right now, unless you count Thing and the Ravens. So let me look up Nero real quick, and then I'll put the screen back up so that you can look at the Wednesday preview while I go on my quick break. Google, who is Nero in Wednesday? Nero in the TV series Wednesday was the pet scorpion. He was killed by bullies. Uh, okay, Nero was the pet scorpion who was brutally killed by bullies. Okay, that's what that's about. Let's put this up, and I will go ahead and put this back into the frame. And you can look at the backdrop while you wait for me to return. And that's where we are. All right, we're going to take a quick little break, and then we'll be back to build Wednesday herself. Okay, that was a good break. Never under. That was a good break. Never. All right. Good. Audio's working, so let's proceed. Never underestimate the importance of a good break during a long stream. So here's the backdrop up close, and now I'm going to set that to the side so we can focus on Wednesday. So it says here we're going to need bags 5 and 6 in order to proceed with the first version of her build. Gotta love these buildable mini doll face pieces. Anyway, I'll leave this upright so it can stare at you and creep you out a little bit. How's that sound? We'll let her stare at you. So yeah, we're going to build this whole version of Wednesday, and then we will build the other version of Wednesday and swap out what needs to be swapped out. And then we'll figure out how to Tetris the drawers. I want display mode to be the second version of Wednesday, but I want to make sure we have all the pieces ready to go in case I want to swap them later. Okay. Okay, let's see if I can get that there. And this little yellow axle. this goes here. And we have basic body structure. And now we have 2 stickers that need to be lined up. Actually, I want to see if I can't. I want to see if it's possible to perfectly align this sticker with the top edge, because there's some neck showing on the sticker. And even though I made a permanent crease on the sticker, it's not that big a deal because the crease is in the black area of the sticker. So it's not going to be too terribly noticeable. Alright, yeah, so that sticker is on. And now I need to get this sticker. And the pattern doesn't go all the way around the cone, only the front. So I have to center it as best as I can. Getting these 2 stickers just right is probably going to be the hardest part of this first outfit. There, that's not too bad. So there's the 2 stickers. You can see the beginnings of our school uniform coming together now. And now we have to build a leg section. Okay, Okay, we have 1 leg. So now we got to put together the other leg. I did have a snack during my break. So if I need, we're probably going to take 1 more break between sets, and that break will probably just be a drink since I already had a snack. Where is the piece? It's hard to find a tiny piece when most of the pieces are the same color, especially if that color is dark. There's the piece. So we'll put this leg in. And now we have a little leg unit here. And then this lines up with the axle in the middle of the uniform like this. And now we're putting together the arm sections. And then we need to attach the hand pieces. So now we have a headless Wednesday. Very fitting for spooky season. And now we can start putting the head together. Lots of colored internal bits that will be completely covered and not visible in the final build, of course. That's a Lego tradition. So yeah, now we're just building up the head structure. this one goes over here like this. All right. This goes in here. I need to do that again. But yeah, Wednesday herself is coming together a lot quicker than the backdrop did. We still have quite a bit of exposed colors here in what looks like it's going to be the back of the head. Obviously, we're going to be filling that all in with a hair shaping. So with these pieces on, most of the colors in the back of the head are covered up now. We still have all that exposed stuff in the front of the head. What am I looking at here? Okay, this goes here. Oh, I see what's going on here. And with this, the colors on that side are covered up. And now we can finally take this big open head and attach the face like this. Her hair is still incomplete, because that's because there's two different styles of hair attachments depending on which outfit you're using. We're not quite done with the basic head yet, though. We have to add these hair details. Is this what they call bangs? Yeah, like that. So there's the basic Wednesday head. And this attaches to the top of the figure. And here's a complete looking human. But we still have to do the hair attachment for this version of the figure. One more of those, and that should do it for the first version of Wednesday. So I'm guessing for the second version of Wednesday, we keep the basic head and everything else gets rebuilt. We'll have to see how it goes. But there's Wednesday with her hair attachments for the uniform style. And then she just goes on the base. And this shows to put all the stuff from bags. I'm hoping you can put all the accessory parts assembled in the drawers. We'll see if we can make them fit. This says I'm supposed to put the QR code sticker on the back of the base. So let me go ahead and bring the base back and do that real quick. That was called not being careful. Let me fix this real quick. All right, the gate is fixed. But I just popped a leaf off. All right, let me get the sticker on real quick, and then we will go back and do her other outfit. I'm not sure what the QR code is supposed to do. It's on the back side, and it just opened up the App Store, a Lego app in the App Store. I remember the one on Wicked popped up an advertisement page on Lego itself. It didn't pop up an app, so maybe this had something like that too, but it expired and they took it down or whatever. But there's the little QR code sticker on the back if you want to try and scan it for yourself, but it's not going to focus, so you won't be able to scan it anyway. Although this page just shows, it looks like the same app icon that was in the Play Store. So I'm guessing this just shows building instructions. All right. So let me take the base off camera again, so we can focus on Wednesday right now. And let's get a close-up. This is Wednesday in her school uniform. Pretty good looking figure right there. Now let's get out bag 7 and start putting her dress together. So it looks like her dress is going to be, it looks like she has a different headpiece for this one. So it looks like the only thing that stays the same are the legs, maybe? Because I remember seeing a review and they said you don't get another whole figure. But here's another whole face. Different expression too. And this face is wearing... This face has some lipstick on. And a different expression. Maybe you pop the face off. Same basic head structure, but you pop the face off. We'll have to puzzle this out and see what it's doing. But I think the body itself is going to be different because it's a completely different structure of clothing here. Yeah. Except this part's throwing me off because I'm not seeing. Shoot. Okay, so first bit of trickiness here. I'm not seeing those gray bits. There's a whole new arm units though, but I'm not seeing those gray bits. Those gray bits are, let me see. Is there instructions on how to swap her out? That whole head unit looks like the same other than the face. So no, we gotta be creative and see if we can parse these instructions. So those little gray bits that hold the arms in are not in this bag, which means we already have to start taking her apart. So first we have to carefully pull the head off because that's going to be switched around a bit. And we got to pull the torso bit apart. And then there's other arms in this one, so we got to pull the arms out. And then we got to expose these gray bits so we can pull those out. And then we can continue building on from what we've got here. So here's the one outfit. This is what we're building up right now. They probably gave you the QR code for quick access to the instructions on the app, so you don't have to whip out the instruction book every time you want to switch the outfits. That's probably what's going on here. No arm clips, so we got to take those out as well. Here, we'll put all the stuff for this version of Wednesday over here. I need these arm clips. I may go on Bricklink and get some of these parts just so I can keep those bits a little more complete. And we need this gray bit. And here's where we start getting into new bits. Oh, that's cool. The dress has some of these leaves in the design. That's really cool, actually. This is going to be a pretty dress when we finish. We just passed the 2-hour mark of stream a few minutes ago. I'm not sure how much more disassembly we'll have to do here on Wednesday in order to complete this dress, but we're off to a good start. We need this brick. That's here inside the brackets. So yeah, the torso needs to be completely disassembled from one version to the next. Hopefully the same isn't true for the legs. And we have our last sticker. That's a very nice top of the dress that the sticker represents. Again, there's a neckline, so I need to try and align this carefully with the top edge of the piece. It's not straight. There we go, that's pretty good. That's what the top of the dress sticker looks like. And the sticker sheet is now empty. We no longer need that. I'm not going to put away these bits from school Wednesday. I'm not going to put them into the drawers until I finish this because I need to know how we're building this. The legs, it looks like, are exactly the same assembly. So we'll keep the leg unit and we'll put the top of the dress onto the legs like that. And these have okay, did I do that incorrectly? Give me a moment. Yeah, this definitely shows. All right, all right. Oh wait, I think I see what's going on here. Oh yeah, this is the other end of the arm. we're putting the arms together right now for this version. This does use different versions of the arms because it's a sleeveless dress, whereas the uniform had sleeves. So it is a different version of the arms and hands. That's what they look like. It looks like the head, the basic structure of the head is going to be the same until, no, it's not. Not quite exactly the same. Of course, pieces like to eat on the floor when I'm trying to focus. But it's a different hairstyle, so I have to go through the structure and see if there's anything that's distinctly different. That part is the same. That part looks the same up to there. Hold on. I need to get rid of a bot real quick. I have just spammed a spam bot. And now I'm trying to see if there's anything distinctly different with the headpiece. I do know that the face is a different face. Definitely, this face is definitely heavier on the makeup and glam, but it is a fancy dress, so that's to be expected. So if I orient it like this, yeah, that bit is the same. It's the same up through there. It's the same up to there. Coming back. Now which way are we facing? Okay, so with us facing this way, the hair starts to do something different now. So I have to take these off. Okay, what's the bracket doing here, though, is the question. I'm trying to see because there's a piece in here that's different from... Okay, that's where we were. Okay, so it looks like we get a standard 2x1 plate. That's not a 2x1 plate. That was a 2x1 plate with clip. So this is where pieces start to look different because they have different hairstyles. So now with that in place, we can come back and add this. So yeah, you basically need to do a full disassembly of the torso and a partial disassembly of the head in order to switch versions. So you still need these bits, but they're not evenly aligned anymore. You have layering going on now. One thing's for sure, we're definitely not switching her. This is taking too long to switch her. We're not switching her back tonight. So yeah, now the hair there is layered instead of being smooth like it was before. Now there's something different going on the sides here, it looks like. So if we carefully take off all the hair bits here, we can start building up the hair as it's meant to be. I think I'm going to do a bricklink order for all the parts that are in both, so I don't have to keep doing a full disassembly every time I want to switch them. Because we're definitely doing a different setup here on this side, on this version. So yeah, this version of the hair is doing curls. Basically, the inner structure of the head stays the same, but the hair texture is completely different, so it needs to be disassembled and redone off of the main head structure. Okay, now I come to this side and I take off all the hair detail bits on this side. And let's see. I hope I'm doing this right. And if I'm not, well, this hair is so detailed that imperfections probably won't be noticed anyway, so. The other hairstyle was simpler, but this one's prettier and more textured, it looks like. And she gets this face. Oh, we still get the bang units. Or I should say tiles. And we need more bits from over here, it looks like. We need and I dropped yet another piece. There it is. I need this one. And this one. There's Wednesday's new head in here. Honestly, the other hairstyle probably would have worked for a fancy dress as well, but this one's a little bit fancier. We still have to do the main part of the dress, though. Let me put all the dress sections together, and then we will attach them. The leaf motif is also going on this dress. This gets set aside as well. So you can see here behind current Wednesday, you can see this pile of parts that has to be fit into the drawers. I just bumped the table by accident. Once we put her on the backdrop, her feet will be attached to studs and she'll be stable. let's fix that up real quick. So we need 4 of this dress panel, and then we'll need to do 4 of the opposition dress panel. This is kind of like the Glinda and Elphaba witch set from Wicked, in that Elphaba had the very simple outfit design, and Glinda had this complicated multi-part dress. And that's mirrored in this set with the 2 different outfits, and one being really simple to build and the other one being a little bit more complex. Okay, I need 1 more of this type of panel, and then I can start setting up the and then I can put them on and get the other type of panel. Or I can do all 8 of the dress panels first. Yeah, let's do that. I think it'll be more efficient to do all of the dress panels first and then put them on. So these are pretty much the same, except without the flowers. Alright, we're at about the 2.5 hour marker stream. We're just about to wrap up Wednesday herself, and then we'll be able to take a quick stretch and go on to her flower pot. Alright, let's get these let me put these dress sections on. No, this goes here on this side. Just got 2 more panels to put on, and then she'll be ready for the dance. There she is, ready for the dance. All right, let's. All right, let's bring the base back down here. And you can look at her while I get all these other bits into the drawers here. And then I'll put her on and you can see the model as a whole. Let's see. Okay, that should be everything. This drawer is not overloaded. This drawer is... Alright, both drawers are back in. Let's put the lock back on. And let's get Wednesday onto the base. And yeah, this dress is a little bit harder to work with than the other outfit would have been for lining up the studs. There, I think I got it. Let's pose her a little bit. And there we have, oh, I just popped off the typewriter. Hold on. There we have Wednesday Addams. Finally done. Just over the, if you count the talking time and the break, we completed that in about 2.5 hours. Let me turn the instructions off and let's get ready for a quick break. And you can look at her until I come back, and let's put up the preview of coming attractions. We have this flower pot that we will be doing as soon as I get back from break. All right, I'll see you in a few minutes. The break is over, so let's get on. Let's get on with our spooky Wednesday evening. We're about to build this flower, but before I do, I'll give you one more close-up of the Wednesday figure. This came out beautifully, I think. All right, let's set this aside. And now we can focus on Wednesday's Black Dahlia flower. One of the reasons I chose this set for my collection is because the flower reminds me of the artwork for the classic Magic the Gathering card, Black Lotus. It's one of the most iconic cards in Magic's 30-year history. But this flower reminded me of that. And as an added bonus, it's branded to Wednesday, which means it's thematically appropriate for the stream on which we built Wednesday Addams. So let's go ahead and build this Black Dahlia flower. And like the Disney flower pots we did over the summer, the pot opens into an interior. It looks like a plant-based classroom, like Nevermore. All right, so here's the front of the box, and here's the back of the box. And you can see it looks like the equivalent of Wednesday's answer to Harry Potter's herbology class. You can see little plants all throughout this classroom. And at the top it says the mini doll names are Wednesday Addams. So we're going to see a miniature version of Wednesday. And we also have Professor Marilyn Thornhill, who I guess is the gardening professor at Nevermore. Anyway, let's get this open and get started because we've already got a late start going for tonight. And we'll keep the separator out because this set doesn't come with one. Let's see. Only 3 numbered bags. Not a big deal. $14 stickers on this little sticker sheet. It looks like some of these are the flower petals, which is strange because usually with plant-based sets, the plants themselves are not stickered. And of course, the instruction book. We'll bring up the instructions. And looks like this instruction book needs to be slightly repositioned. There we go. Good enough. Let us begin. Bag 1. My guess is bag 1's going to be the structure of the pot, bag 2 is going to be the exterior of the pot, and then bag 3 is going to be the flower. That's kind of how the Disney flower pots in this style have done these builds. We'll see how it goes. One of the stickers is a spider. So we're definitely continuing with the creepy theme tonight. So we're gonna start with the Wednesday Addams mini doll for this oh. It looks like she gets big boots. Extensions to the feet. If I can find them in this parts pile. There it is. I've never seen these mini doll boots before. Interesting. Oh, I put them on backwards. There we go. And we're going to get one of the stickers on her accessory. And that's the spider sticker I was just talking about. Oh, that's a cute hairpiece. I like this Wednesday Addams mini figure, mini doll, whatever you want to call it. I'll show you in a minute. I'll show you now. Now with the mini dolls, they're sculpted more to a more regular human shape. So there is no alternate faces for mini doll heads. But there's the Wednesday Addams figure. Now there's the book cover accessory here, which needs to get the spider sticker. There's the accessory with the spider. Camera's not going to focus, so I can't make it look any better than that. And there's a watering can for her other hand. And now we can, there's Wednesday one more time with her accessories. The spider book, the watering can, and then we can seat her in the front to watch the build as we do. Did I put that sticker on upside down? It probably doesn't matter, it's just a picture of a spider. The boots are making her off balance, so we can use her accessories for extra support there. Let's begin building. I see lots of little plant pieces in this pile. So I think we're starting with all the little classroom bits that are going to go inside the flower pot. So it looks like this first section we're building is a little desk. And here we're building our first little miniature plant for the inside of the classroom. This one looks like one of those carnivorous plants that eats bugs. There's the plant. So here's this first desk. It comes with what looks like a little water basin and the carnivorous plant. Now we're building a desk of some sort here. And then we get a sticker. And this sticker looks like a basket weave, but it's flat against a tabletop, so I'm not sure what it's supposed to represent. That's this here. I'm not sure what this little bit represents. And now it looks like this is going to be a shelf with some more plants on it. Okay, those go on. Well, all these pieces will go on eventually, of course. This is Lego after all. It would help if I put the pieces on correctly. I just put that together sideways. That will not do. Always have a brick separator with you when you're building Lego. Most of the big sets come with one. If you're just doing smaller sets, pull one out of your collection before you start. It's always a good idea to have one handy, just in case you make mistakes. this? Oh, I see where it's at. Okay, it goes like that then. Oh, that's cool. Flower inside a glass dome there. Excuse me a moment. I think I hear my phone. Yeah, not important. I'll call them back after stream. Okay. Interesting. So this flower is holding up a tile, a clear tile. The tile is printed with an image of a small worm. My camera's not going to focus on that, but this flower has a worm sitting on it. Okay, and here's a couple more plants. So here's this section done. And now it looks like we're going to begin building the flower pot itself. Starting with this sticker. This sticker is just a quote that says, "The most interesting plants grow in the shade." Okay, this goes here. And there. This goes here. And now we have another sticker. And this sticker is the Nevermore Academy logo. We've seen a bigger version of the sticker before tonight on the other set. Okay, so we're doing the base structural bits for the classroom slash flower pot. And then we will, I'm guessing bag 3 is going to be the flower itself. All the remaining stickers are flower petals. And I think this is the first flower set that uses stickers for the flowers. Okay, so this flower pot is actually smaller in size than the Disney ones, but a similar kind of build with a scenic interior. Oh, that's cool. These are the base curvature for the pot. And the structure is coming together. Lots of little spare bits for this one. Thanks to all those little flowers. Now we get bag two. And this is a character named Marilyn Thornhill, but I know nothing about her. Based on the setting though, she must be the plant professor at Nevermore. That's my guess. Oh dear, this set's gonna have a lot of those little window pieces, isn't it? Oh, well, we'll worry about that when the time comes. Let's put the professor together. One of the cool things is that even though mini dolls and mini figures have different head shapes, they're designed so the hair pieces are compatible. Minifigure helmets are not compatible with mini dolls though, and the hats for either aren't swappable. And it looks like the professor is holding one of those black flowers from the other set. So here's the herbology professor, gardening professor, whatever you want to call it. Her accessories are a scissors. I guess in the context of gardening you would call it shears, and one of those black flowers from the other set. Let's set her down with Wednesday and continue on with our build. The mini dolls aren't as steady to sit because of their rounder bottoms than the minifigures. We'll lean her against her accessories like that, I guess. I guess we have to, I guess this bag is going to be a lot of stacking these window pieces. It looks like the window pieces alternate between having trans purple and trans clear for a nice two-toned window pattern effect. Let's make sure we're putting the correct pieces in each step, since there's two distinctly different window colors. Lots of these little window pieces. This is going to be repetitive for a little while. I do like, even though it's a little tedious to put together and repetitive, I do like the checkerboard colors going on with the windows. Gives it a little more variety than just being monochromatic. Let's make sure everything lines up properly. Let's just put this on and then put that on. That might be the play here. Yep, it's secure now. So this one's regular clear. And then it gets a brick with clip. And some more windowing. This bit's not hard, it's just repetitive. Oh, I just put those in the wrong order. That's alright. Here's how we'll fix that. Okay, so it looks like about half the windows are done. Three and a half hours, yeah. We'll be done a little bit around the 4 hour mark, probably a few minutes after. Although we're moving quickly through this set. Once we get through these repetitive windows, I think it'll be quick. But still, it'll probably take us a few minutes after we finish, like we usually do, to close stream. So, yeah, around the 4 hour mark, I would say, probably a few minutes after, is when we'll be finished. I do like this trans purple. It's a pretty color. Looks like we're almost done with the windowing. And then we can move on to less repetitive bits. There's still going to be one more window section there, it looks like, but it looks like we're doing other things for right now. And here's what looks like it's going to be another internal flower. And it looks like this might be the last bit of windowing. That would be so awesome if this really is the last bit of windowing. One can hope. Just gotta find the last two window panels. Yeah, I don't see any more window panels in my parts pile. We're done with these repetitive windows. Let's just secure this last corner in. Let's make sure I have these positioned correctly. And some more of these flower bits to go on the jumpers like that. And another big internal flower. This one's giving me vibes from the Avatar Pandora sets that used to have a lot of big, giant, weird flowers in their scenery. Here's the big, giant flower that we're about to put in. And it's time for an assembly here. Actually, with the alternating windows like that, that makes a really nice effect. Yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, let's keep going with this assembly here. Not sure what this assembly is going to be, but we'll find out when it goes on. Okay, so this is half of the top of the flower pot, and it goes over this side like this. And now we need to build one for the other side. So it looks like the one for the other side is not quite exactly the same, but it's very similar. Oh, looks like I dropped a piece. Let's find a match for the piece I dropped. One of those two pieces is going to be the match. The question is which one. Okay, we're good to go. We're almost done with bag 2. And this will go onto the structure on this side. Okay, and that's how the flower pot closes up. But first we can put these scenery bits inside, but before we start that, I have to get these extra bits out of here. So let's see. This arrangement goes inside like this. And then this arrangement goes inside like this. I don't know when she fell over, but looks like she might keep falling over, unfortunately. And then this one goes in like this. So this is the inside of the flower pot with all the herbology class accessories inserted. And then the whole thing just closes up like this. You can see the Nevermore Academy logo up there. You can see the windows, the effect of the alternating windows. And then on that side, of course, is the quote. The most interesting plants grow in the shade. One more bag left for tonight, and that will be the big flower. There's only about 20 pages left of instructions to get this whole flower put together. And once the flower's together, we can call it a night. Now with flowers and trees, things don't have to be quite as perfectly straight. So the stickers aren't that big a deal if I can't get them completely correctly aligned. But I'm still going to try my best so they don't look sloppy. Goes there. This one goes here. And we're starting with some big leaves in this dark blue color, which isn't unusual for flowers, but is a very unusual color for leaves. And these little pink flowers are on the leaves, like this. So that's what those two leaves look like. Dark blue leaves with little pink flowers. Oh, I didn't know these were coming next. Okay. And then we have these bigger flower pieces that go on as well. So there's the bigger flowers added. And now we're going to start with this. And this looks like it's going to be a repetitive section to put together, but shouldn't be too bad. So we have 5 times of this sub-assembly. So what we're going to do is I'm going to make all 5, then I'm going to put all 5 stickers on. And then we'll probably have 5 more assemblies to do that have the other stickers. And wait, let me just make sure. These assemblies are exactly the same except they have the other stickers. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to build all 10 of these, and then I'm going to put the stickers on, one set of stickers at a time. That'll be the most efficient way to do this. So we're going to build 10 of these flower petal units, and then we're going to put on 5 of the stickers, attach them to the core, and then we'll put on the other 5 stickers and attach those to the core and keep going. Since these are flower petals we're dealing with, the stickers don't have to be perfectly 100% straight, but I don't want them to look sloppy either. So I'm still going to try to do my best. I'm just probably not going to be as picky with them as I usually am. There's 4. Let me just make sure, because oh, those are a different piece entirely. Okay, so that's another whole layer of the flower. Okay. We're about halfway done with the non-stickered petal units. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8. So I need 2 more of those. Last one, then we can begin stickering. I'm sorry if the stickering is happening off camera. This, I need to be able to concentrate on what I'm doing. But the stickers are coming out pretty cleanly. And the other 5 stickers are just a variant on the pattern. Slightly different, but similar enough that I'm only going to show you the one sticker. Let me get this last one on and then I'll show you a petal sample. Now that sticker's off the piece. I don't like having it come off the piece. Alright, that's better. So here is a petal sample with the first sticker variant. Okay, and now I have to do the stickers on the other 5 petals. And here's the second variant of the petal sticker. Empty sticker sheet. You know what we do with these. Now let's keep going with the build. I'm trying to make sure that these are spaced appropriately, that they look evenly spaced. Or at least close to. Again, it doesn't need to be perfect, it's a flower. And flowers by nature are geometric, but not necessarily perfectly straight. And now I gotta go onto the flower stem. That's pointing that way. And I wanna push the... Alright, so our flower's coming along. And it looks like we build another layer of flower now. And these petals are much simpler, but we still got to do 8 of them. And then I'll attach them all. No more stickers though, we're done with the stickers. So from here, even the repetitive bits are going to be quick. And with every kind of flower, you're going to have repetitive bits. Okay, we're almost done with this layer of the flower. And these want to be tilted outward a little bit. Because you know the top layer of the flower is not totally flat. It's got a little bit of curving going on. Okay, and let me adjust the petals from the first layer so that they look good with this layer. Yeah, flowers coming along nicely. This is what we have so far. It looks like we have another layer of petaling to do. Wow, this is a very complex flower. But this one's got these nice opalescent purple bits on it. Or is that blue? That's more of a blue than a purple. It looks purple in the instructions. I need 8 of these. That's 4. Need 4 more. I still have a lot more of these opalescent blue, these sparkly blue tiles left. So I don't know what those other ones are gonna be used for, but there might be another layer after this. Who knows? This did look like a pretty intense flower from the art, so lots of layers going on with this one. And there's still some pieces left over, so the flower's not done even after this. But let's go ahead and get these on. this one's not built correctly. There, this one's fixed now. So here's this layer of the flower. And now it looks like we're doing a little bit of a flower top. Okay. Yeah, this thing is almost done. So now we add some more of these opalescent pieces. Excuse me a moment. Hey. Sorry about that. Anyway, let's keep going. So this looks like the center of the flower now. And these bits all fold up around the center like this. So here's, hold on. Let me put this little bar piece in. So this is the center of our flower. This is the top of the flower. That's going to go into the top of what we've already put together here. Oh wow, this is a pretty complex layered flower. I like this design. With all the layers in place, it really looks good. There. This is a pretty good looking flower. And then this shows it going into the flower pot. Like this. But this one's got a cool feature that the other flower pots didn't do. If you're going to open it up to display it with the interior, then you put the flower in the side of the flower pot like this. So it's not getting in the way of enjoying the interior, but still gets to be part of the scenery. The leaves could be out a bit better like that. And that finishes the instructions. Let's get a little bit of a, let's get these things out of the way here, and we can set the exit scene and pick our raid. And of course, with us being done with the build, we no longer need our separator, so I can take that aside. Before I close this up, let me show you the interior one more time. One moment. Let's make sure I turn the audio back on. Alright, it looks like a lot of people are on. Brett's on. We can raid Brett tonight. He doesn't usually stream on Wednesdays, but here we are. Here's the interior one more time. And I will close that up. and we can put the flower into the top. And we will display it Nevermore Academy side out like this. And then we can come back and we can bring Wednesday Addams back onto Big Wednesday Addams back. We also have Mini Wednesday Addams right here. Actually, let's see. Can I do kind of mini me style? Let's see. Can we put Wednesday there on those studs? No. The crystal ball is getting in the way. Give me a moment to fix the crystal ball. Maybe these studs here. There doesn't seem to be anything surrounding these studs. Actually, knowing how the shoes go in. Yeah. If the crystal ball is going to be there, you can't have these big platform shoes going on there. So let me put the crystal ball back in its place. And there you can see Big Wednesday Addams with Mini Me Wednesday Addams. And let's go ahead and we'll take our herbology professor here and we will stand her. Can we stand her with the flower like this? Yeah, there we go. So herbology, Marilyn Thornhill will stand with her Black Dahlia flower like that. So here are our two Lego Wednesday builds. Wednesday Addams is such a fun character. I do need to see more of the shows though. Yeah, in terms of Addams Family, I've only really seen the stage version. So I still have so many versions of the Addams that I still need to catch up on. But here we go. Wednesday Addams, our first stream for spooky season. We have one more spooky Lego stream, as well as a bunch of non-spooky Lego streams coming up. And I'm going to try and do Halloween karaoke, and maybe we'll pick a spooky game to play. Yeah, these were two fun builds. It was a little weird and frustrating switching the outfits. I wasn't expecting that much disassembly to change the outfits. I thought there would have been enough pieces, to actually, maybe not the head because the core of the head was the same, but I would have thought there'd be enough pieces to at least build the whole torso unit and just swap out the whole torso instead of having to disassemble the whole thing. But cool sets here. This was fun. I'm glad I chose a Wednesday to stream Wednesday. And let's go ahead and let's make sure he's not on his break, but let's get ready to raid Brett. Yeah, he's not on break right now. We'll be good to raid. All right, so we're raiding Brett. Have a good night, and I will see you soon. And yeah, Wednesday Addams, fun character. You should check her out, and the whole Addams family. They're a fun bunch. Have a good night, and I will see you soon. Good night. Good night.
And this is just taking me back down again. What's up, Evie? How's it going, man? I hope everything's going good. I don't know if you saw my stuff about the dark crystal.